Hello everyone, and today we're going to speak about another version of the CMS. We have a new release 3.0 and it's built using the components of Laravel 8, and today we're going to discuss more information on that. So we have the following agenda. I'll make the comparison of our versions 1.4, 2.0, and the new release that we're having today, that is 3.0. Then I will talk about the management of the CMS. Then we'll talk about why have we opted for Laravel and not the other option available to us. Then the next briefing would be whether you're able to use Evolution CMS for doing a large project. Then we'll talk more about the components. If you have any solution for e-commerce, how do we able to customize our CMS? What are the components allowing you to work more comfortably with the content? How do you work with these components? How do you build? How do you develop those components? Then we'll talk more and show some examples with Lavarel. And then I'll talk about our future plans. In the course of my briefing, we'll have a number of Q&A sessions, so you can use the YouTube stream to send us our questions. Definitely, we'll try to answer all of those questions, especially the interesting one. Now, let's have the first briefing about what is the CMS evolution, what are its origins and how it was developed. And just before that, I would like to talk more about our audience who registered for the online streaming. More than half of the audience are freelancers. Then we have companies less than 20 personnel, and then a small portion of companies with personnel over 20. And our major idea is to have the Evolution CMS used by the smaller and medium companies. Now we have turned into a medium company, basically, and surely the Evolution CMS has to satisfy all the needs of ours as well as of our customers. We have made a small survey among our audience asking what are they using, and currently most of them are using the CMS 3.0, even though it was not released officially. So Modex Evolution, this was the original software that we had. We started to develop that. And then at a certain point of time, we have decided on establishing and creating the Evo 1.4. And based on the picture you see here, they have a lot in common, because if you compare monkey with the human, you understand that 95% of their DNA is the same. So basically the only difference is the intellect and the development. So the development of the CMS follows the same logic. We became more mature. We have new tools and accessories, although all the things that we originally used, they remained available to you. We have absolute compatibility, so even the oldest version of the Modex Evolution, you can update to Evo 2.0, and then you can do the update until Evo 3.0. Although there is a certain step you have to make because we've introduced certain changes, and I'm going to tell you about those changes later on. Also, I'd like to make a small comparison in terms of what we had and where we are. Now you can see that we ensure compatibility with the PHP, the old version as well. So the old version that was supported by the developers, that is the 7.2, and just recently we had a new version. The CMS 3.0 works with 7.8 version of the PHP. So basically you shouldn't use the versions less than 7.2 for developing of the websites, because the old versions have problems with compatibility and vulnerability. When we've started the development of Evolution 3.0, we faced with the question that MSQL is not enough for us, because it's not enough for supporting the databases, and you need to have additional functions, especially with the horizontal scaling, although the price for that is quite high. And we needed to search for alternative. We've searched for another alternative, that is we used, and we have integrated that into the nucleus of the 3.0 in order to have everything working properly and we could satisfy the needs of our customers. Also, we had a question with the storing of the sessions and the cache files. Since we're working with several servers, we had to take those servers into a single server for them to work compatibly with the balancer. But this is something we're going to discuss later on when we'll be discussing whether you can produce a large project with CMS. Speaking about the comfortableness of the developers, we have made certain changes, but here Lavarel comes to play, because we've working a lot with the templates, but the 2.0 and 3.0, they support the old model of work as well. And you can use the old components that were developed in the previous versions. You don't need to rewrite them. Besides, there are wider opportunities, and you can use all the new technologies and the components of the Lavarel, including the packages for Lavarel and not for the Evo 3.0. One of the key factors for us to keep with the old parcel is the fact that it allows to update a site gradually. Whenever we are making a site from a scratch, then there is no problem. But whenever we have a project that was created long ago and we need to update, we need to modify that, we cannot stop the project for a couple of months. We need to do that gradually. So the Evo 2.0 and 3.0 that we are discussing today, they allow to use part of the old templates and then integrate the new templates, modifying them to new versions. We're also using Lavarel Eloquent, and it's much more effective than Mod AB because it covers all the issues of logging and security. Also, we have a pretty well documentation on the Lavarel websites as well as Q&A on their website. For those who never worked with Evolution, it won't be difficult for them to learn about this module because it could be useful not only for the Evolution but for other engines as well. Speaking about the Lavarel components, we've started this work in Evo 2.0. That is the template maker, the access to database, the caching, and some of the other aspects that we considered absolutely necessary. This was started in Evo 2.0. But when we faced with large projects, we understood that this is not enough. We want more. And now almost all of the Lavarel components were included into the Evo 3.0, allowing us to use all the functionality of the Lavarel. We still have certain components that were not included into the nucleus and into the source code, but this is our plans. We'll think whether we need to insert it into the into the nucleus, into the engine, or we should issue that as the component, because we should not overload the engine. What is important for us is the speed of work of the CMS and the work with it. Also, talking about the series projects, We believe that it's absolutely necessary to use IDE and GIT for making the versions, and the old versions they allowed to use that, but we would need to have some extremely difficult tools to use that without being able to guarantee the quality. And currently we have ensured that this is something absolutely taken into consideration. The whole code is stored in the file system, and now we're talking about migrations, talking about the working with the database. Everything could be done through migrations, and we could ensure the work of the developers in one environment while the others could be working in the other environment, and the whole data could be transferred through automated systems, and it allows you to release not the whole site at once, but to release that by parts or components. We have a demo environment, we have another environment, but this is the topic we're going to cover later on. The other question we had was not only to install the system, we need to update the system as well, because we have some security fixes, some components are being updated, and earlier we had to, some problems with that because we had to monitor whether there is an update or not, whether it's compatible or not. Now we have a composer, and that allows to install the CMS through the operational commands and update them. And all the new components, they could be used as the old components. You can install them through extras as it was. You can also install them through Composer, and that allows to fix a certain version of the component or to introduce automatic updates. And just as an example, today we had a release, and yesterday there was a release of the Lavarel Composer. And today we have made an update of our Composer and released our product with the latest version of the Lavarel, which is very comfortably, really. And it solves a lot of problems. If your company maintains a lot of projects, then it would be difficult for you to update around 100 of websites. And it would be difficult to do that manually, but we can do that really in the automatic way. You can only need to do is to write the scripts and then verify if everything's working properly. And then you can simply test the website if it's working properly in an automatic manner. The other tool that we came up with is the Artisan. This is a popular tool for the Lavarel, and it allows to use the command string to fulfill a lot of commands. We'll talk more about that. There are possibility to fulfill some of the commands that are already written in the source code, or you can introduce your own commands as well. That provides more possibilities in terms of automation. I mean, for example, you have information for the website that is that needs to be transferred from the other site or source. If the other side is not working, then we might get in trouble because the information is being fed from that side. If we'll be transferring the information once in a while in other tools, so that every developer would be working on its own laptop without creating any problems for the others. Because before that, we had a dev server, and the whole developers were introducing their changes directly on this server. This is a possibility, really, but it's not very comfortable, especially if you have more than a couple of developers working on the project. They need to synchronize. They need to understand what files they're changing, so that it wouldn't have a situation when one developer would be sourcing their file into the server, would be updating or downloading their file to the server, and that might create certain problems if that file contains any mistakes. Also, one of the factors that I mentioned earlier is the speed of the CMS, and we're trying to control this aspect because whenever we introduce any new functionality, it has to be optimum, it has to work fast, and we had 25% less files, but we work with optimization and we allow to maintain the speed, we increase the functionality, but the speed of the software maintained at the same level. We are trying to control this option in order to make sure that the system is working as fast as possible. We are simultaneously working on the Laravel, and if you would compare the speed, you would be able to see that the Evolution sometimes is working faster than the whole Laravel. And this is something that is that makes us happy and makes our clients happy, because you would need to spend less time for optimization. And whenever you're talking about large projects, you would need less hardware resources to release the project, because it all depends on the hardware, really. Now, this is the end of the first block. It was a sort of introductory block. You can ask your questions, and I'll just make a small pause really for you to.
Alright, so we now have a few questions to my initial report, to my initial presentation. So question 1, why you chose Evolution instead of Laravel in its pure form? It's a very good question, and we are asking this question to ourselves every time. So how come we are supporting Evo instead of using Laravel and using it for all our business? And there are a few explanations to that. So number 1, the process of creating a project of a website using Laravel, just Laravel, if you just need one dashboard and you need some specific solutions for the content, with Laravel you need much more time and it's much more work consuming. So you need to work on the admin component, you need to make it very convenient, user friendly, you need to also fight those small mistakes and errors, and also dragging and dropping documents. That is something simple, but it needs to be very well implemented. And publication of documents also need to be very well implemented. Deletion of documents, they need to be deleted right away. So there are a lot of functions which have to be out of the box, and no one should really pay attention to this. But now speaking about the admin solutions available in Lavarel, those things are not available. That's one thing. Secondly, when we are building a project on the framework from the scratch, we also have to attract an architect for databases to build the right architecture of the application, and it needs to be adjusted. The Evolution now allows you to use existing architecture, which, as practical experience shows, satisfies 95% of all the needs. Now, that's how we save time for the development, and that's how we save the time of the developers, and we save the budget of the client. Now, the third benefit means that we have been working on development of websites for many years, and our clients use Evo for the website development. And we cannot tell them that it's all obsolete and you have to start from scratch. Taking money out of business and do something from scratch is quite hard for many people. Therefore, we're choosing a different path. So the clients who already show trust in us, and we want to gradually improve the quality of their product, and we don't want to rewrite it from the scratch, because launching a new project is a complicated task, because that means that you have to suspend something, you have to introduce new things into a new project, and then the users will be able to see those things in 6 months when this project is released. We cannot afford this, and the clients cannot afford this either. So we are trying to maintain the quality, we're trying to support all these things and develop them. That's why we chose Evo. And that's why we are putting Lavarel in that. And that allows us to support previous projects. Now another question. What was added in new release which was not available in the candidate releases? Well, after the third release, we did not add anything new. We added the troubleshooting part, which we did not have. So we're talking about stabilizing the work, stabilizing operations. And in the new release, there are also references to the presentation, because all the important things, they are available in the third, second, and first press releases. So do you plan to create a community? Telegram is good, but it's not very convenient for searching answers to questions. Yes, we do plan to launch Evo IM website. We want to find a good platform for that. We have completed the technical part of work from the standpoint of documentation, and also we have launched a very interesting bot in our community, in the Evo community, which is available in Telegram. So the bot is collecting questions and builds a thread of answers. So we want to build a system which is based on Telegram, and the system will allow you to fill out the Q&A section. So all that, if we receive a question in Russian, then we're going to use translation services and we translate that question in English. And that's how we generate bilingual content, because one of the problems of Evo means that we have a quite big Russian-speaking community, but also very little information goes abroad. No one actually delivers this information to other countries. We have a lot of updates, we had a lot of news, but people abroad do not receive it, and people somehow believe that Evolution is not developing anymore, but that's not true. So one of the plans to fix the situation is to give you this current presentation, which we're now implementing with the translation services so that we could deliver the news and the information to the audiences who do not speak Russian. And currently we are focusing on that specific audience because we want to grow globally instead of isolating in a specific part of the world. Now another question, is this engine free of charge? Yes, it's open source, and we are fully supporting it. And anybody can join and support. It's not going to be a paid resource. And in principle, we are planning to use it as open source. We don't have plans to monetize it. If we want to monetize something, then it's going to be something separate, some different version, a different engine. So I think that this ends my Q&A. And now we are moving on with the next presentation. And then we'll have another Q&A block. Thank you. Let's continue with our presentation. Now, the next topic which I'd like to discuss is about who is managing CMS and who is making decisions and who is steering this process. Why this question is important? Because in the chat, people kept asking questions, and I will show you a picture. So this is it. Now, there is the opinion that Evo is supported by the fans, but not by the official developers who support MDX or Evolution. Now, who are those fans and who are the official developers and what's the difference? Let's be more specific and let me tell you my story, how I ended up in IT business, where I came from, what's my background, what I am doing, and what is my current stage of development. So this is me. My looks change occasionally, but for the last 10 years I've been mostly in IT. So before I started working in IT, I graduated from the Kyiv University of Tourism, Economic and Law, and I was specializing in management of organizations. So nothing really was telling me that I will end up in IT, but back then, in those times, I was very good with computers. And I was developing some small applications using HTML. We were, hacking things. We were doing many kind of, basic IT practices. And I had a brother who was in IT, and I was using his experience as well. I never worked in tourism because of different reasons. It just didn't happen. Then I started working as a manager in e-com. So that was my starting point. This is where I learned about this website management, and also I learned about online business, because if you sell, for instance, something in a brick and mortar store, there are certain nuances. That's actually velociped.com, not velociped.com. So a quick typo. So I've been working there, and then I started working in Velo Kyiv group, and I became a whole sales manager. So this is when I learned in depth of what's happening from the standpoint of not just one point of sale, but many points of sale, including regular offline stores, online stores, and dealers. So all that needed to be somehow synchronized. I had to check the inventory and I had to check many other things. So after I graduated from the university, I spent around 5 years working for the company that's doing e-commerce. So they, do other kinds of businesses. But for me, in my case, I took part in e-commerce. And then I was working with the dealers, with the dealer network. Then in 2009, I quit that company and I wanted to start doing some freelance jobs. And some time ago, I had this idea. In the company where I used to work, I met one person who used to be a freelancer, and I thought, it's so cool. You cannot work by yourself. You depend on yourself. You can travel. You can take this job, refuse that job, but I somehow did not project that kind of experience on myself. Then I had this choice whether I can stay in the company where I was working or not, and then I saw a few websites about freelance, and this is when I became knowledgeable about Modex. And then I realized, why not? Everything looks good, and financially it looks good, and technically I am quite skilled and I can do this myself. So then I chose to become a freelancer, and I started working on website development using Modex with layouts, with many other features. And I had an entire collection of CMS products which I was supporting. And I've been working with different CMS products, and I had this problem. Something was not logical here. Something was not working there. And there's been different add-ons, and you spend so much time to work on a vlog, and then you have to hide it because in the code you cannot find it. But then file search, database search is working fine. So then I decided at some point to change things. I saw that in Modex things were not as smooth, and I saw little mistakes here and there, and I had to update things from one project to the other. I had to fix things, and I had a list of different notes, like a cheat sheet, telling me that after you launch a project, you have to check all these 20 items to make sure that everything is installed. And I realized that if I have a lot of projects, and back then there were so many small websites, so it means that for every single project, when you install things, you spend additionally a couple of more hours. And then I had this thought, why I cannot create something out of the box? And that's where I was following the path of developing the Evolution. I was not very professional with the kits, and I just came up with my own unofficial version of Evolution. I did not have contacts with the key team supporting Modex, and I wasn't even inclined doing this, so I decided to just work on something of my own. Then I realized that people are using my product. There was quite active and quite large community doing this, so people started using my kits, and that was the time when I was investing into the open source. And then clients came to me and they said, well, we know you're creating a good product, so we want to work with you. And also at the time I realized that my capacities and capabilities were strained. And this is why I started using my skills that I gained from the university. I said, why I am working by myself? I can create a company instead. And I did not have enough knowledge and resources at the time to create a fully fledged studio with developers working in the office. Instead, I decided to work with freelancers. And we had a team of about 10 people, and we were successfully growing. And we were creating some really, really cool projects. So one of the nuances which I wanted to tell you about, and this nuance keeps haunting us. So we were focusing on development. We were not focusing on marketing. And many of our clients from back then were different studios. Studios focusing on marketing and design and talking to clients. We instead were working with many companies directly. So they kept sending us different requests, and we were working on them. So this was the logics. Even, for small projects, to discuss everything, to agree all the nuances, it usually took up to 2, maybe 3 months. For us to assemble this project, it usually took 1 week. So you use HTML, use all the templates, layouts, and you make it work. And then we decided that we're going to do this. So we will work on more projects instead, and we will do something we love instead of talking about those small details. Then in 2013, when Modex Revolution was released, so someone, I cannot remember the details, but there was this idea, why you are creating your own kits and assemblies, why you are not creating this based on the open source project Modex Evolution? What's hindering you from doing this? And I told myself, why not? So I spoke to Ryan, the founder, and he said, oh yeah, no problem, you can join us, you can work on your own version. And Modex Evolution 1.8 was my responsibility, so I had a chance to manage it because the core team of Modex, they were working on Modex Revolution. So I became a member of the team, and I had access, and I could modify things, and I could develop the project. And that has become a very good starting point. And also it helped to develop Modex Evolution to a very good level, because one thing is when you're doing it on your own, when you're doing this for yourself and nobody knows you. The other thing is when you're a part of a big company. So at the same time, if you remember, if you were following this, there were a few versions of forks of Evolution. So one was done by a Japanese developer, and we picked up some good ideas from him. Then there was a Clipper fork, which currently is not working, and then there was a Balmer CMS fork. I do not understand why this is happening. I guess there are some reasons, but somehow they did not want to join efforts. But had we joined efforts in Modex Evolution, then it would grow much faster. Now, in general, this situation lasted for about 4 years, and everything was good. But in 2017, after talking to Ryan, we decided, and then again, in the community, there was this decision to branch away from Modex, because we were our own CMS and we could evolve like that. So we started talking to Modex LLC, and the decision was made to branch out Evolution because they were not in control of our branch, and we want to develop separately, not like them, because their development path was different. They said, we have a different product, and that's what we will support. Maybe there were some options for monetization, because Modex Evolution is monetized using hosting, but with Evolution that was not possible. Maybe there were some personal reasons. So the decision was made that they allow us to do rebranding of the Evolution CMS, and that's how we came up with Evolution CMS as a separate product. And on the modex.com, there is some information about transfer of keys. So we changed the name and we copied the code. So the Evolution CMS in principle is a continuation of Modex Evo. And if we couldn't have branched out, then we would probably be still named as Modex Evo. So my idea was like this: let's stay together, because Modex with 2 forks will be way stronger than many CMSs. If we branch out, if we become separate, then there will be 2 small companies, which will be less than 1 big company. And if you look at the popularity ratings for the CMS, Modex lost quite seriously because they branched out into 2 things. And in top 10 CMS, there is Modex Evo, Evolution CMS, and Modex Revo. So both of them have a very decent rating in all the lists of CMS available. They are quite popular. In 2018, my career path progressed.
Because we, together with my partner Andrei, we were sitting one evening and we got bored because everything was very stable. our projects went on. We had some spare time. We knew we could have another projects with big companies, but they just pass away from us, and we were working at small projects. So a decision was made. Let's try and make a team in the office and make a studio to produce all of that in the office. And we met another person, Andrei Petninsky. Currently he's our friend, but he's not part of our team because he left us to work in the other sphere. Well, actually another company, but who knows, maybe we'll rejoin somewhere in future and continue our development. But we have a company and now established DDI production with the office, with the team, a team that was dedicated to work not with the small customers, but with the SMEs. And we understood that the whole problem we had was the fact that we were lacking a brand. People do not trust us. So whenever we turned into a company, people started to trust us. And the projects increased. We left some of the customers because they couldn't pay that for our service, because payment for freelancers is different from payment to the company, because the price tag tends to differ as well. At the same time, we came up with a range of new customers and projects, and we understood that we've made the right decision. At the same time, we came up in the question that we want to do that with high quality, and we need a tool for the team to work qualitatively, following the rules of the best teams ever. And this is where we have created an Evolution 2.0. We've been preparing for that for quite a while, but it happened to happen with at the time of the establishment of the DDA production. So we understood that this is the right way, because the developers could be working properly using the guide. They could have more functionality in terms of mistakes correction and following, so they could use the guide, and we cannot even imagine our work without it. And then we've included and integrated the Evolution CMS. Of course, we are continuing to develop. We understand that if you sit only in Ukraine and wait for the projects, it's not going to be a very successful way. You have to work abroad. But to do that, you would need some customers and some contacts abroad. And this is why we've opened with another company. We've opened a company in Poland in order to simplify our work with the European clients. And we have plans to set up a company in the United States in order to comfortably work with the US clients, but it all depends on the necessity. So far, the Upwork is satisfying all the needs, but we are learning a lot on this issue. It's not very difficult to set up a company in the United States, and our goal is to work globally with all the customers willing to work with us. And last year, we have received an interesting project, and Evolution CMS 2.0 was not enough to support that. So we understood we need to update, we need to write the things that we are lacking, and it would take more resources to do that on the Lavarel, and we could not support that with the budget, and there were a lot of requirements to the content, how the content should be filled in, what sort of options should be there. And when we've learned all the admins and options on Lavarel, we understood we had to write that from the scratch, and we could not fulfill that. So our idea was, we showed the customer with the CMS, we showed how this is going to be working. The client supported that idea, and I'll be talking more actually in our part on big projects. Now about our plans for the development. Of course, we're planning to work more in direct contact with the clients, because over 80 or 90% of the projects we are working for other companies, mostly under white label, mostly under NDA. And whenever it's not under NDA, then we can demonstrate that, okay, we were working for this and that clients, because sometimes we get problems with that. Because of the NDA, we cannot demonstrate them our previous jobs. But whenever you're participating in a tender or in a bidding process, and you have to demonstrate some works of yours, and you cannot do that because of the NDA and the white label. That is why we have really a lot of experience, not only in the developing but in writing the technical tasks and setting the prototypes. We have the designers as well, because having received and processed so many technical specifications and templates, the first thing we do is to decompose the project. So we just compare if the technical specification complies with the templates, because sometimes they differ really. Sometimes we don't have the proper functional blocks, we don't have the descriptions how they're going to work, and the templates contain no information on that. And we are using the Mira tool. This is the table where we can draw the maps, and for example, we have templates from the client, 10 templates, and then we understand what sort of other templates do we need to use. And this is where we got the experience how we can do that from the scratch. We have some projects that we are doing everything for, completely, when we started with the technical specifications to the templates, and we understand that we work quite great in that aspect. So we are planning to develop the project, the Evolution CMS. We're going to continue updating that for this software program to become more popular, in order to grow in terms of the clients, in terms of our team, and we believe it should not be closed. And we'll talk in a more detailed manner on where we are going to develop. So I think I'll stop on that, and I'll be ready to take any questions about me, about some of my biography issues and some of Okay, so hello everyone once again. This is the Q&A on the management of Avo. I don't see any questions on that. There are more questions on Evolution, and this is what I'm going to answer right now. You've mentioned working with other countries. What about the multi-language option? Well, the Evolution supports multiple languages. Both the interface of the of the admin panel, it's been translated into a variety of languages, 12 languages in particular. Besides, you can work with different languages in Avo. There is a Belang add-on that supports multi-language. Then we use the Lavarel logic for translation. We can translate anything. We can support any language necessary. There is no problems to write from left to right. And we don't have any problems with either Chinese or Japanese languages. And they're all type of scripts. Also, we have a question whether you're going to compare the two versions, Avo and Revo, and if this is mentioned in a presentation. No, because we have a presentation on the Evolution. I can just give you a brief answer on how to compare that with Revo, but I don't want to go into details because this is a holy war sort of conversation, because these are very both comfortable system. They follow the same logics. They have the major table for site content, which is a root of files, and they have a lot of coinciding things. And they follow the same logics with working with the templates and uploading the content. So these are very similar systems. If you know the one system, then it's going to be easy for you to start using the other system. They're different in terms of implementation in the interface and the technologies used. So if it's interesting for you, we can have a separate discussion on that topic after our presentation, because after this presentation we can go to Google Meets and we can make discussion on that if you want. Then how easy it is to start to learn how to use that system for our users with average level of training. Well, it's fairly easy, but you need to have certain knowledge, you need to have certain understanding how the code is working. When I started working, I knew what the CSS, what the HTML is, so I learned all that information that I had on Modex, and I understood logics behind its work. There are lessons on YouTube, and you can spend a few nights in order to learn how the system works. And I also plan to prepare some templates for the websites and to make videos, training videos on how to create those slides. Evo will have less ready-made sources. We're not about creating templates. We are trying to create the products as per the requirements of the client. Why the WordPress is so popular? Because you press 3 buttons and everything is working, but the quality of the code is not very good, really. The whole core of our system, it was about 10,000 strings. That is the parcel, that is the source script that is working in the Evolution, follows the whole logic. And when I tried to integrate any plugin, it was 6,000 strings, really. It's just a plugin, just a small add-on. And I don't like WordPress in terms of the code. But if we would compare using the code or trying to work with the CSS, it's good. It's okay, but it's not really convenient for large projects we have a large experience of transferring from CSS, from template to Evo. If you try to launch a project on the CSS, you would understand that you would need to have the search function operating for like 2 or 3 minutes. Then you would understand that you would need to leave this site. But whenever you launch this project in Evolution, you would not need to have any modifications or anything else. I heard there was an article like how do you need to set up the server in order to have your website working efficiently and rapidly. But whenever you're using Evo, you wouldn't need that because we are working high on the optimization. We just simply did the testing and we understood that our standard code, it satisfies the needs of the customers. You don't need to do any optimization. Of course, we looked at the areas where we can do the optimizing, like caching the inquiries to the database, but really we weren't doing any optimization at all because the speed and the loading, the user loading was 5 times higher than the one that was specified in the technical specifications. What are your plans for the development? Are you planning to develop your offices in Ukraine or in other countries? We have an office in Kiev close to the metro station Vatolstoy. We're not planning to set up an office in Dnipro. We can easily have double the team that we have right now using our current office, so we have room for further development, and we're not planning to do any branch offices. We are looking at Europe, at the United States, simply because of the money and the rates. We've offered the same quality, even greater quality. Just recently we were doing a project for the United States, a mini CRM for a company. They were previously using WordPress for that, and they were fascinated with the quality that we offered, and they were saying that we've made an awesome project and all was available for them. So we understand we have a fairly high level of quality and we want to bid for the projects in other countries. We want to increase our income, which would also allow to develop the open source software, because we're not receiving any external investments into the development of the CMS. We're developing it using our own resources. So the more resources we can have, the more we can invest into the core of the software. So this is the bilateral relation, so to say. We don't have any direct financial income for that, but we know some pretty good experts in terms of the CMS evolution, and that allows us to bring more experience to that. And by providing the product, we are able to receive more and more clients. So if we could have more resources dedicated to the development of the product, then the product would be much better, and we could develop further on as the company. We don't have any questions for that topic. Thank you. Now we'll make a small break and we'll go to
Next topic, why Lavarel? In this block, I'd like to discuss the technology. Why we use some specific technology, why it's useful, and where do we want to go with this. So if you will look at Google Trends, you're going to see this. Speaking about PHP frameworks, the key ones, the mainstream ones, and that's what I was selecting from top 10. So Lavarel is way above globally based on popularity. So if the product is popular, if lots of people use it, then of course you can find experts who are knowledgeable about this product. And that is very important for the companies. Why? Because they want to engage experts who can provide high quality service for them. And it's good for the specialists because if they know this technology, then that means that they will have a job. That's good for job security. So we have this win-win situation. And if we are using other frameworks, again, we are the CMS company and we want to grow, of course. And if we will be using unpopular solutions in our core, then that means that we are restricting ourselves from the standpoint of information and things that are realized by other organizations. So if we are using Lavarel, for instance, and let's see how often it gets released with updates and how much information we have to stabilize the work, we understand that the work is much more than the work that's been conducted for Evolution. So using someone else's results, using someone else's work, considering the fact that we have Lavarel and we use it, then that means that we will have stable growth, even if we do nothing. Also, we have other very important ideas about Maddox Revolution. So they are using a few things which are not very clear to me. So at some point they chose framework XGS, which they cannot update right now because even updating it to the newest version means a lot of work. And that also means, if I'm not mistaken, they use version 3.4, but now there is version 7 available. And then there was also an issue with licensing of this framework. So as for me, they rushed when they make this step. They made a decision based on the information available at the time. But as for me, this step created a problem for them. Then XPDO is way cooler, but who knows XPDO? Only those who work with Maddox, by and large, because that is a component of Maddox, and that's it. So you cannot step outside the framework of the community. So that's how you search for information. If you will look at this from the global scale, you read documents, you read articles, and you talk to people who are knowledgeable about the topic. And we're trying to find people who are smart, people who are competent in this specific area. So we are trying to get knowledge from them, and that's how we collect information with ease. Now, using XPDO as a component for working with database, the standard issues are covered easily and people understand how to deal with them. But when we talk about something more complex, something which is not mentioned in the documents, then you realize that you have nobody to ask, you have nobody to inquire from, and you spend a lot of time to get this specific knowledge. Speaking about Lavarel and using this program to get connected to the database, well, we can use information which has been already established by a huge community at the global level, and we can get answers to questions which were not answered in Evo, and they were implemented in different engines in framework where there was more complexity, and we can easily use the information. We can use it in our system, and we can get quick answers very, very efficiently. So I think that that's important. Now, from the standpoint of admin framework, the front-end framework. So we're native.js, that's what we use for development. And that was our choice. We did not want to use Angular, we did not want to use anything else because we saw that Maddox Revolution had a problem with this, and that's why they now have a series of problems which need to be dealt with. We do not want to get in that kind of trouble, therefore we decided that we will be using native, and everything is going to be good and stable, because in principle they're not asking anything special from this engine which could not be implemented in a GS framework. And later I will speak about this in detail. Now, I think I was able to answer a question about the use of Lavarel and the use of technology which we use. Then there was another question, something else which is useful. Now I'm trying to come up with examples of how things can be used, and in the description of the package, how to use the engine, how to develop your own package for the evolutions, there are references to the Lavarel documents. And what's interesting, even if Lavarel is terminated, we can still develop components separately. So we chose Lavarel, and that's how we guarantee ourselves the stability of operations for us, for the developers, and for the class who's going to use this product. PHP 8 has been released recently, and of course Lavarel updated very quickly, and they support that too. So we did not have to go through all of the components to make them compatible with PHP 8. This ends my quick presentation on the topic. Now, Stack Overflow, I spoke about this a little bit. So what Stack Overflow is? That is the community of people who ask and answer questions. So speaking about Lavarel, there are lots of questions and there are a lot of answers. So if you will use Evolution or Modex, there will be very few answers and questions. Therefore, using what's available, or using something that's clear for us, using that's accessible, you will get a lot of knowledge. And that's how we reduce the entry point. So people say in this community that we are increasing the entry point, but actually we are reducing it, we are lowering it, because if you want to become a developer, if you want to use PHP for development, then you will probably choose Lavarel because it's most popular, and the chances of finding a good job for you as a developer are much better. Just recently we were recruiting one junior, and he said, I was trained in Lavarel and everything is clear. And he did some test assignments. I showed him Evo 3.0, and he said, well, there are certain nuances which are different from Lavarel, but generally it's kind of the same. It's very similar to what I used to do. And he was able to complete his test successfully. Now he has been working with us for 4 months. Now I am ready to answer questions. Well, let's come back to the question about why Lavarel, and we will discuss other questions as well. So why you failed to implement the admin component of Lavarel? Well, we discussed this with the team, and we wanted to. We could, of course, develop our own admin component, but what do we need from that admin component? We need it. Yes, I agree. We can have it, but to that admin component, we need to have some kind of basic architecture. We need a database so that we could work with small or medium-sized websites instead of building a new architecture every time. So we have realized that this structure is available in Evolution, and we just need to integrate that. And then we arrive to the same question. So everything else is getting data, receiving data, using the template. And as of right now in Lavarel and Evolution, it's kind of implemented in the same manner. So it's kind of obvious, it's kind of clear, but if you will be developing admin using Lavarel, then we have to do a lot of work. We have to migrate all the functionality from Evolution. And also we have to develop components which work in Evolution but do not work in Lavarel, because we have so many good add-ons which work using Evo, and for them to use Lavarel, they have to be rewritten. So we are losing functionalities. So then there was another component which I discussed. We have so many projects using Evo, and I cannot tell the client, I'm sorry, let's rewrite everything from scratch. So these things made us choose this path. Evo is going to be the admin component for Lavarel, but that path is going to be quite smooth and gradual, because we want to make sure that when this path is complete, then the clients will follow us with understanding, and their projects will be growing gradually without any drastic changes and additional work on their projects. So I think that we will have to complete one, maybe two steps to complete implementation of this functionality. We'll have to migrate some remaining components into Lavarel. But again, we are selecting carefully what needs to be in the core and what needs to be a component. So one of the components includes the ability to use query tasks. And logically, it's going to be a separate component, because we don't need that in large-scale projects. They don't need that component, and why do we want to put it in the core? So some of the components, of course, will be migrated accordingly. Speaking about 3.4 fork of the Evolution, so again, if we want to introduce some drastic changes into this fork, then we will have to upgrade the first numbers. So from 2.0 going up to 3 included migration of informational functionalities. So we can do migration right now. And when I was speaking about comparison between fork 1 and 2 and 3 of the Evolution, I spoke about this. Okay, what else? We also migrated users. Before, we had users, managers, web users. Now we have brought them into one entity. And we have done this for Modex, Evolution, and for other engines, because it opens up possibilities. Now, we came across a situation whereby the users cannot create documents using web because there is no link between web user and the CMS document. We can only have the manager there. That's why we have a lot of problems when we implement different projects, such as the marketplace or information board. We cannot let him use admin access. You have to create an admin access for himself separately, and he needs to be able to work in the system. In the Evolution, there has to be a link. So this specific issue was key to update from the old forks to 3.0. Then we needed to migrate the information and the functionality, and because you have to make additional steps, that also increases or upgrades the numbers. Evo 3.0 will have to last longer because we want to add more functionality without critical changes, and we are good at doing this. And even now you can look at the oldest Modex Revolution version, and you can update it to Evo 3.0 by fixing compatibility problems, which are available in the PHP version. Next question. In the Modex community, people were saying that they fulfill the client assignments, and they get a lot of revenue using Modex Cloud. How do you eliminate the conflict of interest between different developers and your companies? Well, in reality, I do not see a big conflict of interest here. Why? Because we are developing a product as a company, and we can actually provide consulting services to other companies. And we can speak to people, we can help them, we can explain them how they can make a product better for their own clients. So knowing us, they have access, there are some personal contacts, and they can consult with us. Also, they can get connected to the development of Evo, and they can, again, create applications. And it's an open source product. And it's not really our credit that we wanted to do this and we allow others to do this. It's just nobody else wants to do this job. But in our community, we have guys who are not trying to add anything into the core. Or if they do, it happens very rarely, but they add some components. And then you will hear a presentation about e-commerce solutions. So when we develop that, we usually, are not involved. Mikhail Noskov has created all this, and then community we've added some components. So we are saying that there is a lot of work for everybody, and there is no conflict of interest in this case. Now, our company, your company, for instance, have very little chance to fight between each other in one tender. So yes, we win in one tender, we take this contract, and we are implementing it, and you take another contract because we will not participate in that tender because we don't have the resources and capabilities to participate. So I grew from freelancer to the freelance company where we now have more than 20 people, and I understand that the business is different, and scaling up to the company with 100 people means a very serious step, and it's quite complicated because you have to redesign all the business processes. So we cannot just grow fast as much as we can and take jobs from everybody. So Modex LLC, that's what they do. They invite everybody to become a partner and be friends all together. And also they delegate some of the projects to other guys because they themselves cannot complete some of them. So I do not see any kind of conflict in here, and instead I see an opportunity for good joint communication. And in this market, that's exactly what's happening. And even now, we are offering this presentation, not in our company, not in our office, but in the company of which is called DL Agency. Why? Because our internet quality is not as good for upload, so that we could organize broadcast like this. So we are friends with other companies as well from this market, from international markets, and we are helping each other. So together we become stronger and we can do more. Thank you. That ends our Q&A block. Now we're going to have a quick break, and then we will be discussing the possibilities of creating a big project using Evo CMS, and I will tell you about one major project using Evo 3.0.
Okay, so we go back to this question about the Evo 3.0, and we're going to talk about the possibility of doing a big project on Evo, what this is, and how do you work with that? So let's talk about the notion of a big project. What is it? Because there could be different understanding. Some would say it's a large project with a difficult infrastructure with lots of documents, lots of logics, but that's not a big project. It's a difficult project. A big project is when you have a lot of people working on the project and using that project. That is a high load option, that is right areas of responsibility. So we're going to be talking about that. While I was a freelancer, we were doing a difficult project, technologically difficult projects, but there was only one person working. We had no problems with the implementation, but whenever you start thinking about the division of and scaling, protection from DDoS, security, things like that, now that's already a big project. Now, the first step I want to raise here today is the development stage. We can develop at one server, and that could be done until the launch stage. Whenever we have launched the project, we cannot limit to one server because we can't have a developer working at the live website. This is really impossible, and it's only the small business that can afford themselves. And I think that's absolutely important. Even if a user entered your website and this is the first user on the website, and when he sees the mistake on your website, he will not return because he found you only through this website. And whenever he finds a mistake in that slide, he will not go back. In case of a large companies, that's more of a reputational risk because they're telling how cool they are, and whenever there is a small mistake, everybody knows about this. If Google has any troubles, if Telegram has any troubles, everyone is talking about this. It's all about reputation. It's all about marketing work, and it influences significantly the resources that you need to spend. So we as the developers, we can offer a solution to that, because whenever we are developing something, we're using a server for development, then there is a separate server for testing, for content uploading, and then there is a server where the user sees that all of that. So whenever we're talking about these CMS Ava 3.0, whenever we were doing this project, I'll be talking more details on that later on. We were using that different servers in order to be able to control everything. Besides, the large companies, they have certain people responsible for these or that area. There is different access levels. There is a securities, and the developer has no access to the production server because that's prohibited. The contractor cannot have access to the core resources of a big company. Everything has to be controlled, and this is where using the migration from Lavarel became very important, as they allowed to implement this logic, and it works stable, as we've already tested that and we've launched that into production. The second aspect of a big project is all about the variety of users who can log in. So you cannot use the resources of a single server. The most easy way of splitting that, we're using web application for PHP, and then the second server for the database. There could be a third server for caching, and we can come up with the SDN. But in the end of the day, the capacities of a single server would be not enough, and several users can log in simultaneously. So we would need to have a horizontal scaling of servers. We should have several servers for databases, for the source code, and they could be dynamically switching in and off into the architecture. And the Amazon is using that capacities and offering that capacities to the users. And so the CMS and the Laravel should support that. One of the options is having a number of logins into the database whenever we are having a website, and part of the information goes to a single server, part of the information goes to another server where we need to read out a lot of information and create a lot of loading. But the information we receive from the forums, from different logs, some technical stuff, this could be written to the major database in order to simplify the process, but we need to have several connections for that. And the Laravel logics that allows us to do that. Another important aspect is is the sustainability. Currently, we're using 5 servers, 2 for databases, 2 for web applications, and 1 server for caching and server readiness. And the system is set up in the following manner: if we have problems with 3 servers, then the website would continue to work. Even the sessions and the caching would not operate. The site would start working but less rapidly, but still it would continue to work. It would work with the file system, which would create certain difficulties with the work of the site, but this is not critical. So this is the project we were doing. The company, a mobile company for Azerbaijan. It's a mobile operator, and on Friday we had a production stage. We're still working on the project, but it's already being launched. We've done the CMS testing for security. We had additional company to verify whether our code is secure, and they found no vulnerability in the core, which is absolutely great. Because we thought that, well, we might have certain vulnerabilities. We weren't sure by ourselves, but we passed this vulnerability test, and we are extremely happy that whatever we are doing, it's of a high quality and it's not vulnerable. And this is the project that we are doing using the Evolution 3.0. The previous 2 projects were smaller ones. We had a project under white label for 2 mobile operators in Belarus. One project was an internal project. It was a project they were using for a certain activity inside the company. And then there was a social activity with registrations, with user statistics, with inviting friends. So on the overall, we were fairly successful, and we already have big companies trusting our product, and they're ready to work with this product. And our product works stably, and it allows to be more efficient in terms of producing the projects. So that's about it. Looking forward to receive your questions. We'll go. So, questions. How difficult it is to produce a big project on Evolution CMS? What is the cost for the production of the large project in CMS? Well, the cost question is very interesting because it depends on a number of factors. First is the pricing policy of the company, and the second factor is the scope of work you need to do. Now, talking about the first factor, there are companies working with the Evolution, and they have prices of around 25 euros per hour. And speaking about the scope of the work, the ISER cell, we had around 2,500 man hours to implement this project, and we were not doing the design, we were only doing the backend and the formatting. There were a number of aspects that could not be seen at once, but still, the large projects could be done within that amount of man hours and within that budget. The rest is negotiable on the individual basis, and whenever we start implementing the project, we're trying to produce a very detailed list of activities and their prices. In some cases, whenever you have a big projects, then you can do some templates, you can do some samples, you can do some prototypes. In the beginning of work with our big project, we had to implement a number of changes because the product was changing, the content was changing, and that requires maximum efficiency and speed of implementation. But all those changes that we received, we told that this was not mentioned in the architecture, and it's all about the additional work. And we were very fast in responding to those inquiries, and some of the functionality will still need to be added on to this website, to this project. So we believe that the Evolution works absolutely fine with the big projects. It's comfortable for the client, and it's comfortable for the developer. You don't need to rewrite everything. All you need is to extend the scope just as it was for the other frameworks. And despite of Lavarel, you don't need to think of an architecture. There is a path that you need to take in order to evolve the application. It's much simpler for other developers to sustain this project, because in some cases one developer would start, then the other developer would continue because of different circumstances. But we are happy with the way the project went. Now, this is it. We'll make a bigger break right now, and then we'll continue talking about the Evolution. What are the components? What are the add-ons? What is customizable? What is not? We'll talk more on Evo, and we'll go away from the general topics. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to our presentation, and we're going to have another question about the ready-made solution for e-commerce and how do you implement that, because one of the most important projects you might want to have, it could be websites, small websites, corp sites, catalogs. Then the major product is the e-commerce, because you need to sell something. That is the simplest form of monetization, and we were not touching on that issue in most cases, because in most cases we have clients with their own needs. We do the business analysis, we specify their requirements, and we make a solution for them specifically. We had more than 10 projects, and it was fairly difficult to imagine how all of that could be unified in something single. Either it was a monster or large, some piece of something specified for this or that business industry. But then with the help of the community, Mikhail Noskov made an e-commerce solution, and it allows to come up with the basic shop. Not very basic, but you can easily scale that, and you can see the list of orders. You can set up the statuses, you can set up the currency, you can see what is the current status of the order, what products were ordered, any contact information on the customer, what has been changed. So this is the basic functionality for an e-shop, which is pretty much covered with all possible situations, and there are a number of add-ons like different forms of delivery, payment, availability of bonuses or discounts or things like that. So that component appeared a year and a half ago, or maybe 2 years ago, and now the community has been complementing that with more add-ons, and it's being supported by all the versions of the Evolution, starting from 1.4, 2.0, 3.0. You can use it anywhere. Our plans is to optimize that for 3.0 in order to allow to install that through Composer, because 3.0 currently requires installation top lister and front lister in order to install that, and we've already implemented the logics into the Evolution, allowing the components to install through the Composer, and we're going to talk on that later on. So the question is, can you do e-commerce on Evolution? That's completely covered. You can do that for different solution. You can set up your customized solution and use it any way you want. We have examples of projects we implemented with around 50,000 products on 10 languages, and we did the testing. We verified the project for more than 1,200,000 products using the root of files, and it worked perfectly without the need to install anything else. And really, when you're talking about that number of products and filtering, of course you won't be able to have only standard solutions in place. There's certain plugins should be used for certain for filters and to filter certain products. And when we're talking about the large scales, well, the filter can work, but it's working slowly. So we're using Sphinx as the search engine, which allows to search any information fairly fast, and it's easy to set up a search on that option. It's easily integrated into the Evolution. There's absolutely no problem with that, because we can simply install the Sphinx, and we have a perfect speed and perfect filtering. And any customizable solution could be adapted for Sphinx as well. Another important option which may be raised in the questions, is the integration with different services, not only the payment and delivery, but storage and availability. This is another important aspect. There are no problems about it, because you can integrate anything you want. We are working as an input. We can receive any information, we can synchronize information, anything. So it's not a question to the developer, it's more of a question to a business logic. So it's all about the data you want to receive and where you want to transfer that. There are different standards, XML, JSON. These are data formats. There are data formats for logging. We can receive certain products or certain data, and that data provides information to our system, and we can receive a lot of information from that. So we don't have any problems with that. The only problem we may face is with the skills of the development, because whenever the developer understands what the XML is and how the data could be converted into the massive and how the massive could be converted into the database, he won't be having any problems with implementing that on Lavarel and Evolution. Also, one of the questions that we're currently having in terms of e-commerce is the documents, and currently the documents are available only in Russian, so it's about the translation into English in order to make it compatible and affordable for the English-speaking community, and we'll go back to that issue. But in the beginning, I'll like to use simply Google Translate for translating that. Hopefully later on the native speakers of English could join us and help with the translation. We can offer any assistance and support. If you have any questions, you can follow up those questions to us through Telegram, and we'll be explaining, we're providing more information in order to prepare the documents that would allow other people to work with the e-commerce. Now that's all about the e-commerce. I'm not going to go too much into details on that. You can do the testing, and then we'll have more questions on that. Hopefully we'll have a separate conversation on that so that we could discuss the questions that are interesting to you.
As I expected, now we have some questions about the complexity of accounting systems integration. Well, we have the standard format for data storage in CMS, and it's accessible, and that's obvious. And also we have information about how to create documents with additional fields, so we can collect data from any kind of system and very easily and quickly import those data into the system. Again, we were emphasizing our work, and in our documents we have an entire block of information about how to create documents from code to simplify the task, because that is probably the most relevant task when you import data and when you create projects in that format where you have admin for the user and he has to add something. So if we are talking about yet again the same system and we want to use it to implement EVM, and we want to implement a block where you can create an article and publish it, but for that you need to use a program code so that you could develop an entity. So as of right now, that is implemented and it is working quite well. Speaking about the accounting systems that we have integrated, it's 1S, for instance, and other CRM systems from the local market, and not just that. Also, we have integrated to some ancient systems where queries are not working and no arrays are being sent back and forth. It's built on Microsoft Server from 2000. And our task mostly was to understand what data the system is giving us and in which format. And then decrypting the data and putting it into the system was not really a problem. Then is it possible to implement and develop a store with different categories and a huge inventory of goods? Yes, it's possible. And by default, we have this tree of documents where we store data in a structured fashion. So ideally, one document can not be sitting in different folders. So it's a standard, but in internet shops, they want to have a solution where there is an item which is kept separately and the categories also separately, because one and the same item can belong to different categories and it can be sold through different paths. So you can add additional category to the item, so this item will remain in a certain category and belong to this category as the main category, but you can add some additional things, and it is implemented a long time ago using Evo 1. And we are using a doc lister for those items in the store, and we have also a plugin for multi-categories. So we have implemented this. And also there is another solution where you can store all the items separately, and then you'll have a link to separate categories from them. It all depends on how it needs to be organized from the standpoint of CEO and how it should belong to different categories. Or maybe the item should be just kept in the folder items or goods. And as business logic requires, we can implement either of these options and it should not be a problem. The next question. We spoke about integration. Everything is fine, but I separately would like to ask about some minimal guide about integration with 1S. Accounting systems. So Sergey Kochin has offered a ready-made module for 1S integration, but there is one little nuance. Evolution CMS is a product which is used to develop websites, and you can develop any kind of website, and 1S system is a tool. Of course, it's an accounting system by and large when we talk about 1S warehouse. So this is an accounting system, but also it's a CMS which you can adjust. And not always in 1S you're going to have some default data. So in my practical experience, only once out of 10 we got the data which easily imported with no problem, because they were in the right format and no one was changing anything in the upload format. In all other options, you have to communicate with the accounting system developers and clarify what can be done. We have solutions. Creating documents is easy. Should not be a problem if this is a relevant topic for you. But still, it means a lot of work in this regard. And I suggest to learn about the formats. It's not very complicated. You just need to understand that the data is coming from a system. And if it's a system, you can put the data into an array. And also you have to understand how to work with arrays, how to extract data, and how to change them, and where to store this data. So it's not really a global issue. But if there are a lot of questions and inquiries about building a guide, that's not a problem. So we also plan to produce another video on different topics to help the community to switch to 3.0 faster without using older versions. We want to help people develop, and we want to improve quality of website development using Evo. And if we are doing this with high quality, well, we are just a web studio, and we want to have partners with whom we can share work. And we want people to come to us for consulting. So we want to be friends between different companies, and we want to make this world better, and we want to develop Evo-based websites for the clients. Okay, this block of Q&A is over, and now we will switch to admin discussions and Evo. Thank you. The next topic, which I would like to present, is customization of the admin component. Very often they keep asking questions about whether a widget can be added, or vlog, or logics, if it can be altered, because admin element people think as a mammoth which is untouchable. So it is as what it is, and you got to get used to that. It's not true. We have different solutions. There's a landing page, for instance, or login page. So the login can be organized differently. The background can be set up. It's a small thing, and it's easy to implement, but it actually is giving you a good, feel-good sensation. Because you're building the website not just for the end users of the website, we are building it for the manager who is going to work with admin component, who's going to work with content, and that is the person who is going to spend a lot of time in this product, because he or she will have to work on things, work on content, process requests, look at statistics, and be there all the time. So that probably is number 2 person in terms of importance after the final or end users who are going to use the website. So that is the client who is going to use our tool as an engine, as a CMS, so that it's convenient. So we want to implement all these convenient features so that all the blocks where they belong, all the cells are named properly, because we as developers, we thought, okay, that's our solution. We think it's the right one. Page title, it is the name of the company. Well, it's logical, right? For us, for the developers, it sounds very logical, but for somebody who visits admin page using once a week, and he wants to work with it, he cannot remember this. So that means additional work. That means adding new company, and he wants to see the name of the company as the name of the field. And it has to be intuitive and clear. Many people say WordPress. Well, there are 2 paths how you can arrive to the convenience. Well, number 1, you can get used to inconvenience, and then you're going to meet this every day, and you get used to it. Same as with WordPress. Admin, in this admin component is very clear, but there are so many unclear blocks in it which are not used in the content, but they're there. And if you will be adding a lot of plugins, then you will see some advertising. So for filling out content, I don't want to look at someone's advertising and they want to install this paid plugin. So the manager who is going to work with CMS, he will be lost. He will be spending time, he will be spending resources and his nerves to find the right field. So it's much more logical to look at things that he will be using himself and things that he's going to fill out. We do this once as developers, but the manager is going to use it regularly. So when he is using it, he will not have to memorize anything. So he comes in and he sees everything, and that means that everything is good. Also, we have this wonderful add-on which is called Temple Edit, and it's a manager replacement, and it allows us to organize space for editing documents. So you can completely change all the fields, the allocation, the size, the location of the title in relation to the field, and you can reassign also some standard fields, and you can use different type. So description field, for instance, which is a standard and it's used always, but you can make a drop-down list or an attachment. Also, we can add tabs, remove tabs, add sections. We can create fields within one section horizontally. So if we are working with goods, so we have different sizes. So logically, for sizes, we have one line. It's way better than having three different fields, because we want to have one line instead of three different lines. So you can find video how to use it. And also what's good about this solution, it offers two options. Option one, you can work with Visual Editor and you can just add the template builder here, and it will save all the adjustments. It's very easy to do and very accessible. But if we are talking about some large-scale project, when we have a lot of templates, when you have to add additional fields en masse, or you have to add certain logics, you can have one user who will be editing everything, then the other user cannot edit everything, but he will see only part of the content. So you either hide the rest of the content so that that user doesn't see it, or you can do something else. So in this case, you can use configs for template edits as a PHP arrays, PHP files, and you can add your logic into that. So there is the visual path where you cannot add logics, but you can do some visual changes, or you can use the PHP arrays. And with that, you can do something more serious. So speaking of SEO tab, usually it's used as a separate file, because if there are any requirements from SEOs, then we can add things in here. Because standard says there are 4, maybe 5 fields, but he wants to edit himself things in here, or he wants to add some markup, micro markup in here. So we can also add a field, and if you will be using different entities, that's going to be quite interesting. So also I've shown you some other examples. You can expand fields, you can make them larger, you can make them smaller, and you can also change location. For instance, 2 columns here, and for description, we also change the format. So you can insert files in here. And then we spoke about some key documents now. We can also customize dashboard. In 99% of cases, they leave it by default, but that's not right, because as for me, I think we should have at least one block with documents there for projects which require video tutorials. That's what we do, and we just add those video tutorials, and then people are not asking us, what do I do here? So we tell them, look guys, you have the tutorial, you have the video instruction, you can view that, and then if you have questions, please call us, because the time which the client will spend to clarify questions, you know, on one hand, it's okay if they spend our time, but the manager is spending his time, and he cannot present his product with high quality. So, you know, how to fill out a website with content. well, you have to ask the question and then you get an answer and then you fill it out with content. But then the competitors will give this information one day before, and that's it. That means that your business is suffering in this case. So admin component is key for any project, and here you have to have everything. So what else? There was this project which we were building for one promotion. And the task was to just come into the admin page and upload information. So why do this in a separate module? Why this manager has to come in and find in the menu some modules? Why cannot we have a button or the whole form, like you see on the screen, immediately into the widget and work with that? So because now in Evo 3, we have the opportunity of working with Lavarel routers, the development of widgets, where you can upload information, where you can show some dynamics. That has become simple. And you can, in principle, implement anything also using dashboards. And you don't have to go down into the module. And also another quite simple option, as you can see from the screen, we build up a widget with a number of buttons, which will send you into the module. Now, another block which we have in the admin component is the main menu customization. So again, it's by default standard, but you can customize it. You can customize it for the whole website or for some individual users. And this allows you to, again, have shared rights or segregated rights. If you introduce commerce here, then you can have a menu of the store with most important things, which you can add, you can customize, and I have shown you the example of the code. This is the code for Evo 3.0, where we keep all the code in the files, and we can see that they are using a standard Laravel-based system. And the code is very simple, very basic. And again, our task is to make it convenient so that people could use it in their work. And for using it, it has to be convenient and simple. If you understand that it's not too hard for you to add an item to the menu, then you will do this. Also in those projects where no additional budget was spent for this. Because in principle, our task as developers is to make high quality project. If we can do it even better than high quality, then it's going to be advantageous for us, because we also will protect ourselves from additional questions about how to use it. And everybody will win. After all, because the most valuable resource that we have on this planet is time. And we all have same amount of time to do things. And the less time we spend for this kind of questions, the better quality job we will do. Also, we have another option, which is quite interesting and important, but not everybody knows about it. So we can change the logics, not just in the menu and the dashboard, but also in the document tree. We can customize it. We can change different fields. We can show different blocks. And also we can show different entities. So one of the options, you can implement the news menu, and you can keep the news in a separate table in the database.
And so you can have that not on the documents tree, but in the form of a table or somewhere else in the news. So it's really can be solved with a small plugin. You can produce a document tree. You can use the document tree only for certain folders. Well, all the data would be stored in the tables. The example is the Evo collection and the collection. They are developed using this logic in order to show the documents not only in the document tree, but to show them with supporting the view, with an image, with editing option. If you will Google that, you can see this very powerful tool. It allows to display a list of products in certain view, and so you won't need to open in other documents to have more details on this or that product. It's almost all I wanted to say. Just wanted to say that Evo is absolutely customizable. You can customize anything while remaining in the current stylistics. In some cases, we need to implement the admin using the stylist of the client, because it's an admin not for the developer. It's an admin for a partner, for a branch office. Then we do that as part of the using the front part of the slide, but with a separate password that could be easily implemented. And whenever the users are transferred into a table, then you can use an external admin in order to manage all that. Our task to use Avo for creating a tool to solve problems and not to create any problems. So looking for your questions. Okay, so I want to answer one more question that we had in the previous blog. So what is the minimum input for setting up the static mechanism? Minimum input is the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, because you would need to work with that. Then you would need to be knowledgeable about the PHP, what are the massives, what are the functions, what are the classes, for you to know how to copy properly from the examples, because there are many examples of the code, and you won't need to write something anew in some cases, but you need to understand what's written there. You need to understand the logics of database operation, what's being written in there, and how to use it. If you are using any instrument for working with the database, you need to understand how it's being operated. You need to know which table is being used, where it's all stored. And only after that, you can say that you can implement anything. The website, the visit website, and the catalog website is not very different in terms of implementation. The visiting card website is very similar to the catalog side, but you will have more fields in documents, and you might need certain tools for filtering the data, for outputting the data, but the logics for inquiries into the database would follow the same process. The logics for internet shops, for e-commerce, is the same as the catalog, but there is a basket as well. You need to allow the users to add something into the basket and then send it into the database and produce an output in the form of the table. So the level of input is more or less the same, but you need to know the basics, that is the language you're using and the logics of how it all operates. In the beginning, I had a good knowledge of logics, but I had troubles with PHP. So in the beginning of my career, I had to ask colleagues to write me some sort of a solution, and I had to give up a part of my budget for that. And then after like certain period of time, I understood that I shouldn't do that, because I could, I could do more if I will understand how to write those 20 strings of a source code rather than paying others to do that. So you need to watch several courses on PHP, and it will bring you more understanding. Because if you will understand the logics of work, then the documents of the software would be more understandable for you. Of course, I look at the documents of Lavarel and Avo to understand the functionality available, what are the methods available, how to write that. But the second question could be solved with IDE. It has an autocomplete, it has all the methods inscribed. Some cases you might not be aware of them, and this is why documentation is needed. And if you have any questions to implementation, this is something that you need to be learned beforehand. And I really think you should learn about the PHP and what the language is capable of, what sort of constructs it's using, what do they mean, so that you're not afraid of namespace or class or dependency. For you to understand the basics of its operation, you won't have any problems with implementing large projects as well. Now we'll go to the first question. What should we do if we need to have a separate admin with their own interface? Absolutely no problem, because nowadays we have a logics to work with users. It's fairly comfortable. We can do everything. We can implement the admin on SPA, on frameworks of the JS, and then connect to CMS through those interfaces. Also, there is access user logics. There are different fields that could be set up for the users, and we can set up different access level. The 3.0 allows you to set the benchmarks for access code so that a certain user could be provided with certain access depending on its role. And we can use all of that to implement external admin panel to comply with your needs. So it could be done earlier, but now it's much easier task to complete. We can make an admin using the Laravel only. We can add root admin and input everything using the Laravel logics, because we have a middleware, we have a validation response request, everything to make a request we have. We may not use the standard routing for document search of the Evolution. We can write our own routing as it's done in Larking, and it's going to work. And Ever allows to make up a block of sites, to have pages made up of the blocks. Yes, we'll be talking about that in the next block. We'll be in the next block of our presentation. That's an interesting question, because speaking of contents, the Gutenberg editor is one of the most comfortable one. TildeVix is also very comfortable and convenient when the content maker can introduce the content itself. In some cases it's going to be not of a high quality, and you can look at our current presentation and the previous presentation. The previous presentation was done through mobile video streaming, and I was showing information through the projector on the wall. I made aware of the information that I wanted to bring up, but the quality is different if you would compare the previous presentation and this one. If you need a simpler version, of course you can implement everything, and I have integrated Lavarel, not the Gutenberg, but this is a fork for press that was adapted for Laravel, and we'll talk about that later on. Next question is the mobile version of the admin. It's available. The current admin could be opened on mobile set. You can set up any website and you can try reaching the admin through the mobile phone, and even you can make editing of the source code. Of course, it's not very convenient to work in the text editor, but it's not the question to the editor, but to the admin. It's more the question to the editor. But still, the cell phone provides a very good image, and it allows to open everything. You can have a separate admin. You can even make an application that would be able to connect to the website. But so far we had no tasks like that. And doing something from scratch, like a mobile application for having access to the website through the mobile phone, it's not logical. We need to find a proper project. Now, is there a script for fast development of the CMS? We'll go back to this question later on while talking about the packages and the add-ons to the Evolution. We have a mechanism which allows to write a batch script for installing the CMS, and you can install the add-ons necessary and available. Another thing, we have two types of add-ons. One is the dependency like a library of Composer. We installed that and we're using that without certain changes. We installed the e-commerce, we have integrated that, and we're not doing any changes into that. Then there is another type of add-ons that we are installing as the template with the view that we're going to introduce changes into that. And the idea is to simplify the installing of templates. And it will allow us to simplify the work. I'll be talking about the packages later on, and I'll be talking about the additional functionalities for writing add-ons to Avo, and this may be happening later on, not today. I'm planning to make a video on the code, telling other users and developers how to start doing that faster. Of course, I will show examples and documents in order to simplify the process of learning. Is there a plugin or a fast integration option for CRM? I will show that on the example of a form. I will show how to work with the routing of Lavarel validators and requesters, and to send data in Bittrex24 to the code that is available. All you need is to write 5 strings to set up a PHP library to connect the Bittrex, then install login password and send a massive of data. So any integration with a server would take a small period of time. It's more the question of what data do you need to transfer, how to validate those data. Just recently, we had a task to send data Bittrex24, and then client decided to switch to HubSpot. And all we need to delete something from the Composer and then install component for working with HubSpot and rewrite the code for components. So now these questions could be solved much easier because we have access to all the libraries in the Composer and we can use them in our own code easily. We'll talk about that later on. We'll have a special presentation on these packages in 3.0. No more questions on that. We'll make a small break and reconvene in around 10 minutes.
in the previous block of questions, people were asking about the content and the blocks, if we can establish blocks and fill with content. And speaking about components, multi-field, page builder, those are the two components which allow to come up with different formats of forms which you can move them. So multi-fields, for instance, different blocks, and we also added different color so that it's easier for you to navigate. And also we can see information from the admin component and we see the result. We are trying to make sure that everything is organized in text fields, and the front end should be controlled by the developers, and they should also be able to put the right text in the right place, because this allows you to organize things with high quality, and also the content maker will not have a chance to break the rules of markup. Those are little things, and they do not catch the eye of a regular person, but the designer can tell you that on the left you have 30 pixels and on the right you have 32 pixels. And for a specialist, the small things are visible. And if your rounding of corners on the website is 4 pixels, some corners are not rounded, and people who know about this, they will tell you. And for those who do not understand, they will just see the picture. And for them, this picture is not going to look complete. There were some nuances that can be fixed, but that person will not understand what should be fixed about it. That's very important also. And we want all the fields to be filled out with text. And if there are pictures, then we can, of course, add a few pictures. But we cannot create a visual constructor which Gutenberg is offering, for instance. So that's the approach that we use, but of course we cannot tell you not to use other technologies such as Gutenberg and WordPress, because the managers who are working with WordPress, they also should be comfortable working the way they used to work. And this is yet another example of multi-fields. This is a different project. And the blocks are different, and the content is different. Multi-fields is offering you to not just create blocks like this, but also you can implement the form constructor here. In many CMSs, in WordPress, for instance, there are special modules which allow you to build forms. And in principle, in Evo, we have a universal module which also allows you to build forms. And one of the ideas which we have is to use multi-fields and to open opportunity to create configs for multi-fields, and you just have to sit down, spend some time, and implement it. And then everything is going to be quite interesting and useful, because it's a constructor which you use by adding different blocks, and then you give it to the content maker. The multi-fields information is stored in JSON format, and also it's not a problem to show information. You can move information around, you can search information, because it's all kept in a standard place, and also there are no restrictions in terms of content and how to show content in the front end. So you're in control fully as a developer, what's going to end up where, and you can create your own conditions. Also, on top of that, it allows you to add the data which you need. And also you can do pop-ups. It's really a cool and powerful tool, but it's not very well documented. It's in the process. And it has proven to be quite effective. Then there is another component, Page Builder, and it came about before, and we've been using it frequently. Then we started using multi-fields because Page Builder did not allow us to do layouts, because again, when we talk about blocks in the whole page, then one block can be different and we can choose, but we wanted to have more functionality. When the content can be divided into parts, left and right, and maybe 3 parts, and then in the left part you can either install video or a picture or something else, and then in the right side you can add text or text into columns or some blocks. So we lacked that kind of functionality, but in the latest releases of Page Builder we started having it, and then 2 solutions more or less are similar in terms of functions, and the main difference is about interface. So you can use either of them, and I recommend you use two. And at least you should be familiar with them and then use them in your solutions. Also on this page, as you can see, we have this important block with a heading, with subheading, and also we have the content area. So recently, with all the projects, we have been trying to use the page builder also for some simple articles, because in an article you have to have an opportunity to insert text, insert slider, videos, and all these things ideally should look good on the front end, and they have to have HTML framing and tags. Then you add gallery, and then if you add gallery, logically the scripts should be attached to this gallery. You add scripts so that they do not get uploaded. And again, this is to expedite the speed of the website operation, and with this constructor you can work with information way easier, and it's going to be way easier for you to add information. And if the client wants to fill out this 1, 2, 3 and show me how it's going to look like with pictures and animation, and if I say 10, then I want to make it look also good. So we have also examples of projects, the other cell project, for instance. This is how we implemented it. There were so many functional blocks, and we were using them in different pages because the client had a problem with the old website, and that problem meant that it was not comfortable for them to add different content. So when all of your products are different, then the pages also have to look different. And the client should have an opportunity to properly fill the pages with content. So we are not adjusting to the functionality of CMS, but we have to adjust to the needs of the client and also implement its needs in line with the CMS. So speaking about this specific tool, it's very useful and we are successfully doing it. Also, I do not like this approach myself. When we offer client to visualize the content, and we offer the client to create all the content area. So we have tilde, we have Modex thread, we have grapes.js, and we have other constructors which allow you to visually add buttons, move things around so that it looks pretty. Well, if everybody wants this, I try to do this as well, and there is a project where I added grapes.js, and it can be adjusted and customized in the settings. I chose this library because it does not give you too much rubbish. You know, the HTML and everything else is uploaded separately, and you can build a nice website, because in WordPress it's a pain. And if you are looking at WordPress Elementor and Google Page Speed, then you understand that something needs to be removed, such as an Elementor, or you have to keep turn a blind eye on those elements. So we have more decent solutions which can be integrated. So grapes.js has been added to the admin element, and for me to launch it, it needs to be worked on and finalized so that it looks better, because when we added the content we have to use the entire screen, because in this case there are some control elements on the interface, and also you have to document it very well and create examples of blocks, how they can be created, where they can be stored, and so on. And again, you know, it took me about 2 hours to complete, and I kept searching what kind of components can be used, because again, right now we have an opportunity to use all of the components, all of the packages for Lavarel, and also everything we have on JS Composer. So I just found a ready-made component. Somebody created it for Lavarel, and I fixed it a little bit, and I launched it based on Evolution. So that's one of the reasons why we chose Lavarel, because if somebody has been doing anything in web, then they were building it on Lavarel. And I think that usually it's available for everybody to use, so you save time, you save financial resource of your client to implement certain new things. This ends my block, this specific block of presentation, and I'm ready to your questions. Okay, so let's answer your questions. So VVP has a better solution for using content. Well, speaking about using content and VP, so it's about page builder, the page, or Gutenberg. So if you really want to use VP, then of course you can use Gutenberg for this, so that it's implemented in Evolution as a package. It's not a very complicated task, and we can do it for you. And also it's in our plans, because we are kind of on one way or stepping aside from Evolution towards framework and customized solutions, but certain things that simplify life to the content makers, we want to help them. We don't want to put these things aside. And as I explained you just now, Gutenberg and Grapes.js are used for convenience of working with content. What other features you have for filling spaces with content? Multi-blocks. That probably is the key feature. And you can create something separate for you, separate blocks as customized fields. That is a standard option, a standard thing that is available in WordPress now. And they have this plugin for customizing fields and multi-fields, which allow you to fill the content in any way possible. Multi-TV was one of the options, and it has grown into the page builder and multi-fields. Now, speaking about content, you can also do other integrations, and you can upload data. System data, systemized data. So you can upload it from Excel format, you can import it very easily in any kind of format, or you can take it from another database in any kind of format. So I think that it's all possible. If you have some kind of suggestions that you want to see something but it's not available, please send us information and we will implement it. And then there is another question on the same topic about components. So analog to mix. Do you have it in Evo? So mix is available in Revolution, and you can create similar things. Speaking about analogs of mix, those are multi-fields, multi-TV, and page builder. Those are analogs of mix, because they also allow you to store data. Multi-TV, for instance, allows you to work with databases, so you can store data not in just one field in TV, but also using it from other places. And in general, in Evo, this implementation of mix is way better because it's easier to configure, and also the work is smoother. All the questions about mix and the structure, how it's implemented, they say that you have to make a lot of actions, you have to go down the rabbit hole, but you have to also work with interface. So I think that mix is different from Evolution, and Evolution in this way is better. So no more questions here, and someone was asking to announce breaks. I think the next break will be after the next block. So now we will start the next block. Thank you. Now let's start discussing the most interesting block, packages in Evolution CMS, the block of components. So why it's interesting? Because in the logics of Evolution, that's probably the fundamental block, and you're creating your own website in a separate package, in the main package. So why we decided to do this? Because storing data is important, and it needs to be stored somewhere. So when you create a website, you create a customized code, and you have to store data somewhere. Spreading this code across the system is not the best solution. So how do you work with this code? How do you structure it? But if you want to change it, How do you work on all this? So after a lengthy thought processes and discussions with the guys who take most active part in the core development, the decision was made that, fine, let's leave the code in the package. And this allows us to implement the website, to build the website, and we are learning. When we build the website from the scratch, we're also learning how to build a package. Because in fact, the difference between what you have written and what you have in your package, and if you create just a package where you can copy things and use it, the difference is minimal because you have to just change namespace and upload it. Well, let's talk about why packages in Evo are better and why not use plugins and why we have to keep things separate. Back in the day when we were extracting for the first time for Evolution, there were simple snippets. You create snippet, you use it. So it looks good, everything is fine. But back then there were already some complicated solutions. The obsolete module shopkeeper in e-commerce. So you install the shopkeeper module. So you manage the orders, you add snippets, you then add the import module, then you add the additional fields module, then you add the plugin for printing invoices, and now you have a complex solution, which somehow has to be grouped. And it has to belong to one code with similar parameters and everything. So it was implemented in Evo before, and it was not very comfortable, and it was not convenient because people did not understand what that was and what was in common. You see snippet 1, 2, 3, but you did not know whether it was one package or several packages. Can you delete it? Can you not delete it? So it was not clear. And on average, it's very important that we made this decision and we became ready to use everything, that everybody else is using. So we have agreed that the composer is a good idea, and let's put it this way, it's a huge step towards development of all PHP and everything else. Because social programming, the guide hub, guide lab, all that allowed us to develop packages and develop them. So that actually helped develop the entire infrastructure. And IT development skyrocketed in this regard. So we decided not to reinvent the wheel. We said, let's use things other people use. And as a result, we came up with a composer. We have packages in Evo, not too many now, but we already have some, and they're quite useful. Now, some of those packages have become obsolete already because initial package, which Evo CMS customs template, it's needed for Evo 2.0, but now it's not needed because we now understand that it's a good package and it should be out of box in the core. So those things which we did not put into the core from Lavarel, we will use them as add-ons which can be used when possible. And if they will prove to be useful, then of course we will add those into the core. This kind of approach allows you to eliminate mistakes. In the Russian language community, you guys know what Yama is, and then we installed it, and then the solution was not very high quality, and we realized that there were problems with security. We had to roll it back, and then one of the community members offered the solutions, and then it's just if you add something, then you cannot delete it.
That is why we're adding everything, but being cautious whether it's necessary or not, and only we're sure that it's necessary, then we add it. If not, we add it as a separate component, and then we can either use it or not. And so the components would have different versions, and the composer would allow you to use different components with the different versions, and it became more flexible. Earlier I mentioned that we have created 2 projects. We don't have even a logo for them. This is the Evolution CMS Extras. This is a package of prepared presets They could be added through extras, through composers, through a console. And now we're working on multi-fields. It's still not ready. The whole idea is about the migration of the rest of the components to be used as dependencies, and then the most popular ones, so that you could write down a script and set it in one button. We will not transfer all of the add-ons. There are previous version of add-ons. They're not popular. But you can still install them. What is the difference? Why do we have two solutions? Extras, and the second is packages. Extras is a ready-made solution you can use, but you will not be able to add it anything. So you won't be able to get into the source code of that. If you need to change the doc lister, then it's either you understand everything and you send the developer with a request to make changes into that. And Evolution, it's the second type of the packages which is installed not in the composer but installed as the package for you to work at. For example, this is the preset for an import module. Definitely you will change that, you will change the logics. What do you import? What buttons? How do you introduce? What is the validation process? And then the packages that will have templates for websites and a set of tools. You can create your own package which will set up the rest of the packages, and this will solve the problem that you have when you're installing a website. You will need to install your own package, so you can do the pre-work so that you would have a certain packages and tools prepared depending on what site you're preparing, either a visit card or an e-commerce shop, and then use it in follows. And this would simplify the work. Besides, the source code of our system is written in a package, so that is why after you pass your project, you can take it that easily. You can register that into a ready-made add-on to the website, where you can install it anyway. And we've practiced that already and it works fine. And it's all about the future plans, really, and I'll be talking about the future plans later on. This is the area where we focus our attention, but we still need to work on the engine or in the core of the 3.0. Talking about the dependencies, there is a form lister add-on, and a form lister requires doc lister because it works on the basis of dependencies, and all we need to do is to write down the string require evolution doc lister and select the latest version, and that's about it. There is no magic behind it, nothing to add except for information unique to Yavo. If you know how to work with Composer, then you won't have any problem with the work, and it's very useful, because if you don't know how to work with the Composer, if you learn how to do that as part of the Evolution CMS, then you can keep this knowledge. And if you will grow up and you will say that I will not work with CMS, I will work with frameworks, but still remain with PHP, then this information will remain topical for you, because the Composer works in a unique manner everywhere. Our goal in the Evolution CMS is to make us being able to use the outcomes of the community, because the more we can install with the less efforts to make, then the better would be our system, and the easier it would be for everyone to work with it. So this is the path that leads us forward without closing up any other options. The old add-ons would still work. The compatibility is something that we have. All you need to do is a few steps to update the product. Even the one that was written like 16 years ago, you can easily update that. For those interested in writing their own packages, I'm not going to provide information on README files. I have written detailed documents with references to Laravel. We have a basic package for 3.0. You can go to guide and start learning that. If you have any questions, you can ask all those questions and I will try to answer them, because I wrote based on my understanding. I believe everything written in there could be fairly understandable, but people might have different attitude towards providing a plain explanation to the text. Therefore, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them and add the documents. It shows the capabilities of the package. It shows the mechanism that you can use to migrate with the old packages. It gives an example to work with multi-language, with the files.js, how to work with controllers, with commands for artisan, and how to work with different viewer software. There are different mechanisms in Laravel allowing you to set a package and then view them in different software. If we set a package on the dependency, then within a package, we won't be able to do something. And I've provided detailed information on how to use that in Russian and English so that everybody would know and would be able to read that. Also, we have a new essence, the extras, the console extras. We're planning to make it as a web interface, but we would need to add on the certain command to use the chrono. We can do the composer through the web, but we're facing up with the limits of add-ons. We don't have a memory sufficient. We don't have time to fulfill, because some of the add-ons that require composers, they have certain limits, and certain websites have certain limits, and we cannot violate those limits, because in some cases we have projects with large loading. We need to make sure they're sustainable. So we're trying to use the console command as an option, and it means that we can use the mesh script and we can write anything. If necessary, I can send you a template on how to set up a bash script and a CMS by adding the necessary packages, by setting a global package for us to work on, switching on the composer to that, and making other important stuff. If you have any questions to that, write them to me. So in this extras, whenever we are executing that, we can see a lot of things. First, there is a selection where to put that. The extras is installed depending on the composer, and the composer do not provide for the editing of the package. Then the package is set in the custom packages, so it means that this package is added to the project with editability function. Then we select what sort of package do we want to use, and this command allows us to use different commands, and then we will set up everything with one string without the need to select the fields, and that also works. On the overall, for you to understand everything and for you to understand the artisan, those who work with Laravel, they know about the artisan, because it's used for fulfilling a lot of commands, and these are the commands that are available to work with Evo. This is the ability to delete something, to launch extras, help, list of commands, doing migration. We can write the migration in a separate package and globally and execute them. This functionality is really convenient. We might not be using migration properly based on Laravel, but this is the only option we have. If we have a task to create a new TV parameter, a new document, a new template, and a new section appears on the website, then we don't have an access to the production, then we need to do the migration. Based on Laravel, we need to make it not in the form of migrations, but in the form of seeds. But taking an Evo, this is the only option for us available. We can make a migration to create certain stuff and then send it over through guide. So we have created everything, and whenever the pull request is executed on the production side, we will have the production side fulfilled and everything will work properly. Then a whole block to work with caching. We can clear the caching of the console, and if we're executing any works related to the updating through CI/CD automatically after the pull request, then all the files are uploaded from the Git and the cache is cleared. Then another block looks for a table. This is all about the pattern with the tree form of structures. And it has a lot of things and details to work with. And in the end of this presentation, I'm going to send you links to more documents, to more articles describing the functionality, because now we can have a part of our structure in one string and it works much faster. Why do we need a command console? And it appears in the tools option. So whenever we are installing data, not through the admin, but through the script, we may omit the need to fill in the table. We can use this command and it will change the dependencies and everything will work fine. And this is necessary to fulfill the commands while importing the data. We also have a chance to create seeds to fill in the database with data. Never used that command before. We also have a chance to get a list of documents, like we're working with IDEs and we want to see the list of documents. In the right column we see the list of TVs and templates. We can learn that from console, not going to the admin. We can see what documents do we have. And they have different parameters. For documents, we can get a list of documents from the master file. Then make migration. We can create a migration file, a basic template, and then introduce certain rules. We have an interesting command, make site update. And we can also set a version from where we are inputting certain information. For example, if we want to import, and this is something that we are doing at any time, because we're not working with the stable release, we're working with the latest release, which is in the stage of development, in order to test the CMS, in order to check if there are any mistakes or faults, and to verify them in the course of living project. So we are the one to test the CMS. So we can make site update of version 3.0, and this will allow us to get the latest version, and the composer would work with all the dependencies. The script would help those with a large number of projects and they would need to update them manually. They could set up certain settings in the composer which do update and which not, and then use this console command to set up the scripts for automatic updating of websites. The other block is all about the migrations. It works the same way as it is in Laravel. We can set up, we can roll back the new version. The other block is the packages. We can create an empty package. We can generate the service providers for the packages. This is the automatic installation. This command is executed automatically after creating or installing a new package. We could also install a new package and run any console command from a package. So you can enter your own commands right here, and sometimes it might be necessary. Whenever we need to make any action through the Chrome, we are using console commands. And then the console command is executed as part of the task of the cron, which is very good because it's very convenient. Everything is provided in a systemic manner, and you have files in the same place. Then the functionality of the vendor block, it's all about the publication. You need to read the documents that I was describing in a sample packages. This is the publication. And it means that you're taking something from the folder of the composer, you're taking part of the data from that folder, because the vendor folder should be access controlled, but if they have certain files that we are required, we need to take them in, like SS images, like SS CSS, we need to make them available from the front. And you can use this command, and you can select what to publish from which project, what to migrate, and it allows to automate part of the processes, and it simplifies the installation of the package, because earlier we were installing the package somewhere, we didn't understand where it's being stored, and we didn't know where it is, and it's difficult for us to delete that. The old extras, they don't have a chance to delete the package because the package is stored somewhere and you don't know where it is being stored, and we cannot delete that. There is an easy way to solve that, but in this case you would need to write down the file, what sort of files would need to be deleted. And speaking about the deletion of packages in 3.0, it's much easier because the whole code is being stored in a single file for the in a single folder for the project. The service provider is also located in the same place. You have deleted the service provider, you have deleted the folder, you have deleted the inscription JSON in the composer folder, and so you have deleted the folder. Then check the migration, recall certain migrations in order to change the in order to make the changes for the server. And then view clear, it deletes the caching files generated by Lavarel. Okay, so that's all about the packages, and then I'm happy to take any questions you have. And please go to GitHub example packages. I've already installed the CMS 3.0. It has all the detailed information necessary, and I'm planning to make a video on the documents. I'll provide more commands on them with more explanations, and it would simplify your work with this information. Looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, now we have way more questions. So why service providers and controllers are no longer by default and you decided to make them by hand? Well, it's because we are building a package in the custom folder, and this folder is not supposed to be present on because when we update the system, we will erase them. So when you use service provider, you can add things, you can disconnect things, you can use your functionality. So if by default you add this file, then you will have no chance to edit it. So you'll have to add it as well. So we decided not to create it, and we will have it separately. As of right now, to create things, to develop things, means that it's a complication. It's a necessary complication for us because we want to build a package, we want to develop controllers, but that rescues us from the need to deal with adding it and then fearing that somebody will forget to rewrite, because the Evo is updated not just automatically through console or using script. In the installer file, there is the good old method of taking all these files and downloading from Git and then uploading in PFTP. So when we create this basic package by default and this file was amended by somebody, then when the update happens, the developer will have a surprise where everything went because he erased half of the file. So the main package service and connecting controllers, by default that is deactivated. So you can call it differently. You can call your package in a different way. So you created a project, then you think, okay, I will put it into a package, and then you can already use the final name without the need to rename it. Or with controllers, it's kind of the same. Why making additional checks for those controllers, available, not available, when you do not want to use controllers and instead you want to use the website in the old way and you're not ready to switch to the new approach? And therefore we have this, we are not adding them by default just because of those reasons. Page builder out of the box. In which version you need to install it? Well, we have the extras in the module, in the admin component, and it is compatible with all the latest versions. So we plan to migrate it, because we then will allow you to do the following. So you install a new system from scratch, then you select something with a package, the file for blogs. So if you are developing a website for the blog, then there will be a page builder. If this is going to be a multilingual website for blogs, then you can create those kind of packages which will simplify things for you. We don't want to come up with something routine every time, then it needs to be adjusted, configured, and we spend time for this and resources. Well, we can already have a pre-developed packages which we can use. Now, what are the advantages of me creating my own add-on? Well, you can just read the documents, the example package which is available at Git, and also you can read the documents on Lavarel. And then, of course, you can start developing your own package. Now, the whole business of developing your own package means that you're solving a problem, right? You're solving your own problem. And then you create a package, and you don't have to spend time to do things every day. If your websites are similar, and you can create one ready-made package, and the package allows you to do this. So you can also control the versions, and also you can add packages from ready-made kits, or you can also use your closed repositories, because again, this is very important. Not the entire code should be given to everybody, and you can install packages from the repositories. And this functionality of the composer is available. You can read on that, and you can use a local folder and install the package into the composer. Not a problem. So right now we are using replacement of one package with another because the key plugin has not been released yet. And we recently were uploading one component, which is a proprietary component, and we added it through composer, and it's working well. So we have out-of-box solutions, which are quite useful. Then in extras, there will be the delete folder, right? So speaking about the extras module, possibly there will be a delete button, but we want to develop new extras, which will be working through console. Why? Because the developers who are using 3.0, they are using IDE, and they don't need to go into the admin component to do something benign as adding some add-ons. Why doing all this, adding things through that complicated path? And we are also thinking that if somebody is doing something in dev environment, he should be doing exactly that. So, we view this job in such a way where the developer has no access to the production side, not in admin, not in file, but at the same time, he's supposed to develop a project. So that is a classical example. If in the company for which you are creating a website and they have some kind of security which are responsible for protecting everything, they will not give you access because you kind of don't need that access, so you have to fill it out through Git. And what kind of manual fill out can be available if then you'll have to migrate it somehow. You won't be able to do this. Then speaking about the delete button, maybe it will be available. I previously mentioned that you can use console commands to do this, but in the old version, maybe we can add a button if someone from the community will be doing this. Alexei Liber promised to take the matter in his own hands, and we already had a discussion how it can be done and what kind of format of files should be added, with what kind of descriptions and what need to be deleted. So there is a chance that in old versions the button will appear, but by and large we don't need it because in 3.0 the functionality is not needed. Then are the components compatible between Commerce, Multi-TV, and 3.0? Well, all of the components are compatible, but you have to keep one thing in mind. The 1.4 is working in 1, 6, 7, and 4, and there are some things that have to do with the environment. The PHP version, there are some old add-ons which are not very popular, and speaking of 7.3, 7.4, they probably will not work on the PHP version, so somebody has to fix it. And then add-ons which are obsolete, the Git and eForm, I think they still work on 7.2, but not on 7.3. And I don't think that somebody's going to fix that. And no one, moreover, will be fixing it for 3.0 because there are better components and you should use them. If you see some components which are not working and whether there are some conflicts, so in GitHub, there is the Evolution Extras where you can find all these packages and you can just ask somebody to fix it. If you cannot find that, then you can go up to CMS, and we are ready to respond to those kind of questions, and we can solve them very quickly. So you have to just write to us, and you say which component which you were using, and what kind of bug you found, and you can send this information to us. And we don't want to spend time on opening the system using add-ons, because oftentimes the question is not about the add-on, but because of the developer made the mistake himself. Thank you so much. This ends our Q&A. So now a 10-minute break, and we will be back at 3:30. Let's discuss practical experience now. We'll mention all the information when we will film the videos, and if you're interested, you can do all this in Google Meets. But now let's discuss a quick example. Why we need Lavarel and why it's easier to use it than not use it. Okay, so let's just come up with this very simple form, hello world form, where we have name and email address which we need to submit. And we want to submit it using Ajax because using standard approach is not interesting, so we want to make it nice and pretty. And if you made mistakes, that the system should tell you. So let's program this and let's see how it works. Before we were using ForBlister for this, and it was covering all our needs, but again we were using Snippet, a big one, which by and large is really cool and nice, but if you're configuring it without documents, sometimes doing it is quite complicated, especially when you need to get something interesting out of it. So the first thing we gotta do with this is to add a route. So we have an opportunity to add routes in core custom routes in this file, or we can add it in packages and then upload it from packages. So we initially came up with this, and then we added packages so that it can be used inside the package, but we also left the current approach. So again, we have an example here. So this is the route that was used. We get information from the request, and we will process this information as a form controller using form method. And I am showing you a simple example. So if we want to get something from the Lavarel documents, if we want to get this route and see hello world, then that's the method that we are suggesting you use. So we have built the route and we are ready to send information somewhere. So if you want to send information somewhere, we have to send it from somewhere. For this purpose, we create a simple page. And here in RC2 release, there is a link where you can copy all these codes fully. This is just a part of the code for readability purposes. So everything that we've done here is this. We call up the form, but not on the page. We do it through the partials, through a separate file. Why so? Because if you send data and you have a validation process, so you got data with a mistake, with a bug, then you use the same form and you just show the bugs in the form. Instead of installing form here and have a separate form for bugs, you better have a separate file. So very simple NGS function, and right now we don't want to even use jQuery because the native JS finally grew up to that condition where it's easier to use that instead of using additional libraries. So everything we do here is this. We send the request to URL, Ajax request, and we send our form. So if the result of the form worked well, then we check the form. So if we have the form and if there are bugs, we just highlight the fields. If not, we do not highlight them. So if we see an error, then we also show it. Then the errors console is used to improve the information, and when you develop your code so that it can be fixed, so that you could understand what's happening, you need to use this. Then the form itself, a sample of work, again using Lavarel documents. And the sample includes submission of the form. So we have values here, different parameters of fields in the values. So if you call up the form for the first time, then these fields are going to be empty. If you call it up for the second time, you send the query, then the name was wrong or email is not valid. So then in this case, we get the information from the server and make sure that the user is not entering the information again. So we use this thank you file to show on the screen and report. That is something that's gonna be sent to inbox of the user. So we use this as well here, and we develop like that. In this example, on the top of the page, we also have a send one more message function. So it's the most simple version. So you can update the page so that you could send another message. Then we move to controllers. So at the bottom, we have this command. We created the package, and we are working from this package. And the controllers don't need to be added here from the standpoint of the package. You can call them up from the Lavarel routes. So in this function, we mentioned namespace. So we are working with controllers here. Then we added the request, and it can be found in Lavarel documents. And also, we have there's only one function, form. Well, just let me show this up close, and then we will discuss it. So now we are calling up the validator in this form, the Lavarel validator. We are creating the entity, we are building the conditions, we are showing the text which we want, and if this is a multilingual website, then we can easily use the logics of using several languages from Lavarel, and we can put it this way. The validator from Lavarel is much more serious and much more functional than the validator which we have in the form lister.
And it has more documents, and you can really find an answer to a customizable validation for Lavarel, rather than trying to find the answer to the same question for Evolution. So using the global validator would simplify the development, even though you would need to retrain and learn how to do that anew and not in the old version. Then we do the testing and validating. It's either your code passes the validation or not. If everything went well, then we create a massive of data. Then we are doing the data rendering from CX. This is something that we're going to show on the screen from the view. And then we do the rendering into the HTML in order to have it conveniently displayed. The logic follows the form lister codes, transferring the clear data and then solving certain questions in GS how to view that. That would take more resources. It's easier to generate HTML at once and give it away. Viewing bugs can be done through blade constructions or through the GS. We have an example. If you will take a look at the earlier versions of the GS, now they were done with the GS. If it validated well, we have collected the data, then the data will be sent through sendmail. Our idea was whether to take the ability to send mail through Lavarel into the core. We have Evolution CMS. You can simply write Evo or a semicolon and then send mail. We can send data and with the count for the parameters, it's either sent through the standard mail or through the MTP. From to topic, theme, and then we take the partial that we've created and take the report file, generate it into the HTML, and send it. If the validation failed, then we collect two parameters in the data, our form with bugs or any mistakes, also taking everything from the documentation of the Lavarel, nothing new in here. Then we're taking mistakes from the validator, and then we're sending response to the JSON. This is the AP that returns the data. Speaking about the data, if we need to send this data not only through sendmail, but to write those data into the CRM, then before sending email or after sending email, we use API methods and we patch a portion of the code in order to send data to the CRM, so we don't have too much code as if compared with the snippet. The code is understandable, it's much easier to work with, and the person who never worked with ever, when he see this code, he would understand how it works. If he would see the code for snippet collection, there is a lot of files, a lot of parameters. He would need to know what the parameters are, what are the files, and how do they operate. So the option of working with the controller set allows us to have less knowledge, but in the same time to be able to produce websites with the same quality. Speaking of Evo 1.4 or older versions, we need to know the components, we need to know which components are there on the Evo and use them to build the logic. In Evo 3.0, we don't need to know all them. We can use standard approaches of using the Lavarel, like inquiries to database, inputting, outputting information, processing information in the controller, and then using the controller and your viewer. So the threshold for starting to use the Evo is being acknowledged with the standard MVC patterns and being acknowledged with the Lavarel. If you know all that, Evo will not be a problem for you. And the Evo will not be a problem for you. Besides, he would not need to be able super smart, because in Evo he would not need to think about the logics of admin panel. He would not need to think of logic with the access rights, where it's going to be available, where it's going to be not available or accessible. He'd not need to set indexes to the tables. So from Evo to Lavarel, it's much easier to transfer. You can easily participate in the Lavarel projects, and you will need all the data you can get from the Evo. The major mission of the Evo is that we teach people, and the people will be able to start working and creating projects on Evo. At the same time, those knowledge that they get from Evo, they would be able to use in their life and further, because if we take Moldex, the knowledge of XPDO, they would not be used anywhere else. The logic is more or less the same, but the knowledge of XPDO is not necessary anywhere except for the Moldex. And the same for the other, well, for some other software platforms. Even the Phenom template maker. Of course, if you know that, it will be easier for you to be aware with other software like Big and Smart, but Phenom is not that popular, even though Phenom is working much faster than Blade if you take the synthetic tests. But we need to compare two moments: how fast is the product working, and secondly, how much resources you would need to spend in order to implement the project with this or that product. The other aspect, if you'll be copying the code from the example, this is what you need to get. We check, we can see that the email is invalid. The other tool we added in the 2.0 is the Tracy, which is a debug bar which shows information on the current page, all the necessary information you need. It shows the figures, the speed of work, the code, the data arrived, what has received in the request, what was sent, what is in the session, what is the server data, what activities were fulfilled, and here shows the data we have in the views. What do we receive, what do we display. It also shows whether the user is authorized or not. It shows if we have a document, if we are using the Evo document, then it shows the text of that document. So whenever we're selecting the debug bar, we can start away and doing the work. But whenever the route to Lavarel is used, it shows the exact route. We can understand the difference between the route and the document, and the route contains the string in the code where it's being recalled. And this tool allows to find the bug as fast as possible, to see whether there are any malfunctions. And really, this is an absolutely awesome tool for us that we are using after the installing of the system. You won't be writing the code fully. You start writing the code, you start the dump function in order to select data, and then you start integrating dump into the viewer, and that tool speeds up the work and makes it more transparent. Without the developers tools, you might make certain mistake and you won't be able to see that, and we don't even need to go too much into details. If you made a small mistake, like you made a comma somewhere else, in case of editor, it's okay, but the special tool would show you that this is a mistake and you need to correct this. So you can save resources. And that is the very simple example. And in the release of the Evo 2.0, there was this example used as well. I might create another options as well. I will have an explanation of the whole release. I will insert a video with the presentation, and I will post that publicly. Now, if you have any questions on that, I'll be happy to answer them. And after the Q&A, we'll go to the final block for today. And after the final block, we'll go to Google Meets and we'll have conversations. Okay, so the questions on this block. Any other questions? Because without the question, it's difficult to understand something. Because we can easily understand that it's difficult to understand anything without the documents, and we spend a lot of time on how to understand everything. So we want to simplify this process to the rest of the people. So definitely, I've even bought a microphone to have my level of volume much better. How to make a filter of products without the filter, but using the most recent updates of Evo 3.0. This could be done. You need to send message to Alexander Pashkevich. The module with the parameters is completed, including for the multi-language capability, and it's available openly. I don't know how detailed is the documents for there, and we're also making another products that involve filtering that will be posted publicly. And there are no more questions, so we'll get to the final part of this presentation. We'll make some conclusions, and afterwards everyone is invited to the Google Meets, and we'll continue our discussion. Okay, so just a final block. It's more of a conclusions rather than future plans. The major future plans are as follows: documents, site samples, new packages, and working with the documents. And everyone is invited to join us in the work on those areas, because if all the community would join us in this work, then we will be able to fulfill everyone faster. You can provide assistance while being able to ask certain questions, and by introducing commands to the information that I provide, because I might consider certain aspects as easy and I will not focus on them. So if you want more detailed information on this or that, then you need to ask specific questions like, Dima, could you go more specifically on this or that aspect? So this is our plan. As to the further development of Evo, we need to move ahead. We would like to create a tool to save resources, as this is an important component, and it brings about certain advantages, because some of the Lavarel components are built in the same way that if you are using the Lavarel components, then you would need to learn less information. If you have become a PHP developer, you need to move forward. Like, definitely you'll be able to work with some simple stuff. You will try WordPress, you will try Tilda, because in order to come up with serious projects, you need to learn your knowledge somewhere. It's either practice, it's either training, it's either courses, but if you came to Evo, then the knowledge that you will be able to receive here, either you keep working with Evo, or you went working somewhere else for products, things like that, whenever is to use. So the knowledge that you've received here, that could be used somewhere further on. Our goal is to use the things as much as possible and to have them work in the same way. Therefore, we could use the code templates for Lavarel, the document templates, the examples, the logic, and this would save us some of the resources. Besides, it's good for the company as opting for the use of Evo as the development tool, as it would be easier for them to select personnel. So if the developer used to work with Evo, he would be able to work with Lavarel, and vice versa. If it could take him a week to transfer from one software to another software to know the capabilities, and after the learning process he would be writing the code in the same way. One of the other key factors is maintaining the reverse compatibility because the clients could not invest all the time in the tools. They want to invest in a tool that they would be able to use for a long period of time, just as it is for the cell phone. If we are buying an expensive phone, why everyone's opting for Apple? Because it can work for for many years. Even now, there are people working with iPhone 6, and it's still working. Take a cheap phone with Android, and after a year, a portion of the programs would not be able to launch. And you need to do a lot of updates. Speaking about the site is not cheap. It's not as cheap as the phone. It's much more expensive. So you won't need, you won't have a chance to use it like per year. And then we're making a new website. It's a bad way. It's bad strategy. It's either you have used this website for a year, but then you've grown up and you need to change the slide, to change the site. But it's much better to create a single site on a platform and then to scale that. And this is the path that we have taken. And we have a lot of our customers who came to us while I was a freelancer, and they still remain our clients. They have now 10 shops, not one. Now they have more integrations. So within the CMS, within the single CMS, we make sure that all their websites keep going. So you might want to select a tool that would be comfortable and convenient for you. We're not talking about the enterprise solutions because Lavarel won't be suitable for that. It's either Symfony or in other languages. We're talking about the middle-level business, middle-level projects. For small businesses, it could be a bigger project, but really, it's all about
So we are talking about some developments where WordPress is not good anymore because it's working very slow. But you don't want to start doing it in the enterprise. So in my case, Evolution is kind of that good consensus where it's not your typical CMS. It has a lot of promising features for the future and has a good framework. And I want to promote my evolution towards Lavarel, because competing with WordPress from the standpoint of, do it very quickly and cheap and make it work, even if it's low quality, do it still. And I do not want to do this because Evolution is not going to be on the same level as WordPress. I see Evolution at the level of projects which are built on frameworks and which are high quality and working efficiently. And I can tell you that it can be done quite easily. We're expanding the team. And we are bringing on board people who have no experience, and these people learn the work very quickly, and they give you very good result. And we as company raise the bar because we do not want to produce low quality results. That is pretty much it. This ends my presentations. Thank you for spending time with us. Thank you for showing patience. And now I'm inviting everyone into the chat where we can discuss things. So if you have questions, please ask. Thank you and goodbye.